Meek creature!
Chug nose. You could be blue boy, I could be blue boy. You could be blue boy.
Do you understand the truth now? It's not enough evidence. He's evil. Corgo is evil, and evil is Corgo.
Meek creature!
Blue ball.
Zorfty, thanks dude for the resub. What's up, dude? Corgo is evil. Corgo is evil.
Where is it? No, no, fuck nothing!
He's evil. You're woke, Snokes. Thanks, dude, for the resub. What's up, dude? Got to win. Got to win. Got to win. More than myself, thanks you for the 25-month resub. What's up, dude?
Meek creature!
Corgo's dance.
What's gonna be better? Druid? Or the Shadow?
Meek creature!
Bone or Scrow, thanks you for the sub, and
Meek
Nocturnal
creature!
Worm. Druid? But think about where the Druid is on the tweet. The Druid on the tweet. Doink about it. Doink about it. Where the Druid is on the tweet. Is the vibe off? Quinn, are you gonna end the stream? Is the vibe off, Quinn? Are you gonna end the stream? Hey Quinn, is the vibe off? You considering ending the stream? Ukobob, is Tiaz Helibolt banned? Who's that? True. True. Remember the olden day stream when Guy Beast, when Beastwave would catbag with us? Show yourself, Zaki. Show yourself. Perfect. Korean ass. Why? Perfect Korean ass. I'll tell you. What are you summoning, Blag? What's he summoning? Blag, when was the last time you got McDonald's and don't lie, else it's a perma? That's a perma. Wait, he said yesterday. That's definitely a perma. Did you get a McBurger? A McBurger? I got a Minecraft. Fuck you, dude. There's no way that's still a thing. That's a perma for lying.
The fuck is that?
Mario punched Luigi in the face. Mario pulled out a piece of shit from Luigi's ass and stuffed inside of Luigi's nose and peed in Luigi's asshole and fucked him in the mouth.
Yeah, but what's the most evil creature you ever paid witness to, Sack? It's sort of all different the fucking evil creatures. What the fuck is that? Mid? I can't say that second word. 380 Happy House.
No, it's not on me, you stupid fucking cunt. Go fuck yourself, you fucking bitch. You literally have no idea what you're talking about. If you think what I'm doing and what he's doing are similar levels of skill, you need to log the fuck off. You need to fucking log off. If you think making nexuses and losing them and just running an army around with no micro takes any amount of skill compared to macroing with Terran and keeping your fucking shit together and splitting it and microing every little thing and having to stomp out everything your opponent does and kill their army 10 times is the same fucking thing, you're a fucking moron. So fuck you. So
I've never seen someone like get that mad about wanting like credit for what they're doing versus what someone else is doing in a fucking video game. He's fucking unhinged there, dude. That's crazy. It's funny though. Oh, Ooks, I wanted to tell you something. Ooks.
no, it's not on me, you stupid fucking cunt. Go fuck yourself, you fucking bitch. You literally have no idea what you're talking about. If you think what I'm doing and what he's doing are similar levels of skill, you need to log the fuck off. you need to fucking log off. If you think making nexuses and losing them and just running an army around with no micro takes any amount of skill compared to macroing with Terran and keeping your fucking shit together and splitting it and microing every little thing and having to stomp out everything you're about. If you think what cunt, go fuck yourself, you fucking bitch. You literally have no idea what you're talking about.
He's so mad. He's gonna bite you. Where's Zachy at? Zachy, he's gonna bite you here in 18 minutes. He bites you, Zachy. The Druid, Uncle Bob, the Druid. The Druid, Uncle Bob, the Druid.
Creature!
Ready to use axes. Do
Actually, right. That's so loud. What am I? I think that's it. Corgo is some kind of an evil baby dog. trying to shift, asshole. Bug. I'm trying to play. Bug. 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 I'll fuck that up. How long do you want to be banned for, Caesarean? Well, how long? Fucking dead. Messed up. I'm trying to play, man. My screen is tiny, dude. I can't see shit. Alright, fuck that, I'm dead. Bug.
Meek creature! 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 Meek creature!
Dude, I didn't get hit by that. That's fucking bug bullshit. Cheating. Fucker. Bitch. Bug. It's a cheating game. Hello, Alkaizer. And chat. The Druid. The Druid. The Druid. What is the chance that it's not gonna have like, hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers. Asshole juice, a new beverage for your family.
Sunstrike, my mate.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Actually, so fucking bad.
No shit, you suck for sure, dude.
Where'd he go? I'm so sorry.
Nah, it's nah. I mean, there's a place for people like you. They call it low priority, man. It's the fucking new 7.0 system, man. You're gonna have a great time. I just got out of it myself. No, remember we. Sunstrike, my mate.
Wow.
Oh my god!
Actually, so.
That's a pretty good. He's fucking. That's PPD. He's fucking. How do you miss this? Coin would even
Sunstrike,
miss
my
this.
mate.
Wow.
Oh! Sunstrike, my mate. Oh my god!
Actually, so fucking bad.
Sunstrike, my mate.
He's in Chronos.
Oh my god!
Actually, so fucking bad.
No shit, you suck for sure, dude.
Where'd he go? I'm so sorry.
Nah, it's nah. I mean, there's a place for people like you. They call it low priority, man. It's the fucking new 7.0 system, man. You're gonna have a great time. I just got out of it myself.
Echo Saber Faceless Void. Holy shit. Times have changed. Krowski likes to for the 19-month resub. Druid! So we're getting the Druid. We're getting the Druid. The Druid. The Druid. The Shadow. Druid. And then, of course, we're gonna get a Marauder and Duelist at the same time. The Druid. What? We're hitting the Druid. The Druid. The Druid.
Meek creature!
Walter. Put your dick away, Walter. Put your dick away, Walter. I'm gonna fart in your face, Walter. I'm gonna fart in your face. You ever have that feeling, like whenever, what's his name? The Ermintrout guy's about to die, and he's just sitting there like... After you just blow a giant fat load, you feel me? And you're just like...
Meek creature! Meek creature!
Makatoni Goni Gono and Homer the Goat, thanks for the resub. Walter, let me good in peace, Walter. Let me good in peace. The Druid!
Jonathan Rogers, game director.
Meek.
Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
What? It's Druid. Druid.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind.
Do I again? You guys are gay. It's the Druid.
I will find you, Eve.
Okay.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster.
It's Druid?
After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes.
He's evil.
The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
Yes! Look how good it is now.
As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills
The
like Ferocious Roar.
combo.
Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on 2 legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all 4s, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack
There's
to
no
knock shards of
way.
ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into the you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that
Poor
target
Ghost of
and
Guitar.
do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves...
Stop acclimating! This is not the time. This is not the time.
Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage.
Stop
If
LeMayoing.
your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker,
New
just devour
charge
them
gen
alive.
just
Fresh
dropped.
meat is much tastier
Stop.
after all. Alright, so
No
those
new
are some
charge
melee
gen
options,
just
but
dropped.
how about range?
Stop it.
Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling magma is the first of the wyvern's breath attacks.
Stop
Spit
using
balls of
it.
fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power jumpers, though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with
Beastie
that, let's take a
Lord,
quick diversion
stop.
back to some of your human
Don't
abilities.
join in.
As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power
This is
of nature
badass.
to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky. And will also make your
You
enemies
guys.
wet.
Stop
Why
laughing.
is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning
Can't
damage from
fly
your wyvern form
out
to enhance your damage.
LeMayo.
Making
Can't
things wet
fly
also makes them
out
easier to freeze,
LeMayo.
so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them
No
various extra
way!
abilities. Use lightning storm
Water
to make them
your
last longer and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon thrashing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
There's no way
With enemies
that's
sufficiently
real.
subdued without
Water
plants,
your
Thunder
plants
really lands them with our lightning-infused barrage.
in fucking battle. Water your plants.
Now, this last wyvern ability is just ridiculous.
Water your
but we felt like we had to
plants.
do it.
There's
Use
no
flame
way.
breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
Pulp, water your plants. Pulp, water your plants.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell totems. Spell totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them
Stop
to throw fireballs,
laughing.
summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they
I'm
travel.
sorry. Watering plants is fucking ridiculous. Like, how is that?
Sorceress
There's
might like
no
to use it with
fucking
fire
way.
spells as
There's no
Echoing
fucking
Cry
way.
causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are. And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now of course the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release we create a new league, with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the Fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is
Don't use it.
But in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time. Travel into the past, again and again. Alter the temple, uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits.
I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the Remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Leraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Atziri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Atziri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Atziri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed. Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sitaqualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful, the Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queepalartl's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion
Nobody
will
says
stop
these
rooms
words.
from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the soccer balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Val works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Val, you will get to face Adzeri, while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Val herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Val League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
Beastie
Now
Lord,
that Abyss
stop.
is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Val does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses.
I see
and a
him.
Significant
Big
overhaul
notes,
to
he's
the
here.
Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Stop it, Growlies.
The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you. The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove Hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
Big booty.
Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Val secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
You ready to water your plants? Bluebar! Bluebar! Bluebar, he's here! Bluebar, he's here.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vile League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE 1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we are probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure, where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, I'd say we went on the little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to, normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth, the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge rolls.
Stop! Don't want other plans, man.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge rolls. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny, because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like, okay, how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, you know, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the Wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The Wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know.
Are
like,
you playing this big booty? You excited?
Also spitting it. Yeah,
big
it's like
booty,
we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing goofy looking like Wyvern like months and months ago. Like trying to, this is not working right.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And, like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
actually
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you've got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger. You know, a bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like, honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like,
no, you didn't, Brad.
What are the resources that a bear
There's
can
no
generate?
way.
What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate? That the other ones can then use. And we wanted to kind of get that cross synergy. So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise.
No, you're not.
Like technically it's mentioned.
There's
but
no
I
way
never
you're doing
really
that.
Fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you
Right,
towards and all that sort of
exactly.
stuff. Like, there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's
Yeah,
what you're
just
actually
that.
picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we you know, like to try and get. So, you know, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like, I absolutely expect that. Yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit, like, making it so, like, people who just want, like, a simple, straightforward, like, I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like, that's certainly very possible there. But also, you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make, like, a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way?
I just thought watering the
one
plants
thing
was
that's way
fucking
better than
hilarious.
everything
There's
else.
no way
I mean,
that's
it's
real.
always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, you know, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, you know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like, you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like, we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like, this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like, during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had, like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well, and it honestly just, it does just spiral into like, oh my god, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Despite, I mean, partly because
these
it's
can't be
been in the
real
works for
numbers.
so
Like,
long.
what are the? There's no way these numbers are real. 70% attack speed, but you do 70% more damage, which means an auto attack is like a billion times stronger.
Enjoyment.
There's no way.
I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes.
It has the thing that I said it would have to, plus added seconds, flat seconds, whenever you use something.
Definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes,
100
and
becomes 70.
like the totem which you can summon in animal form, and then you're putting fishes
And then
down
you
and they're
lose
exploding,
21
and you're putting
more
extra things on the ground and
from
they're
70.
exploding. There's definitely some boss deletion going
Which would
on
be
there.
49.
Just walking past the.
So this does less than half, exactly,
million
slightly
tangles
less
going
than
out,
half
and
the
then
damage
there's
of
that,
one auto attack.
Plant support general, like,
It takes 2 Furious Slams to do the damage of 1 auto attack.
Like, no, Ziggy,
normally.
don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing. Let's say
if there's no buff
there was a thing that was like double
takes
generating rage.
2 Furious Slams to do the damage of 1 auto attack.
Like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy.
70% and 70% is 49%.
We'll see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making a pulse, and that's generating rage.
Right.
I'm like, that doesn't seem intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's like ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like... You gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but my first instinct is like, let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? So
yeah, you gotta.
We'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
they'll see the thing not generating rage, and let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text.
Requires 20 glory to use.
Now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the
Grant said power charge on heavy stun.
One of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like.
Into a wyvern and devour a corpse or
it
killable
would be completely impossible to record every single
each
line an additional 3 times for every character class.
Generate life and gain a power charge.
Exactly. But effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like the idea of like, why
shapeshifts
like
into a wyvern and spit oil at enemies, creating oil ground. Consumes power charges. If possible, you can instead channel a sustained barrage of electrified oil.
Of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on
shapeshift into a wyvern and take to the skies.
Very obvious, like cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown.
This is the first skill that looks
good. It's interesting, actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength.
750 and exact magnitude.
Hard to kind of like get
exact magnitude is
where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other.
That's just damage,
where we
right?
ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants
more than 8.5 times damage. I mean, it's only 70% attack.
You've got poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the strength inside. But that's been fun though, because now it's been
damage ignite.
It's actually been really fun designing the supports, because
600% damage
the more classes we
ignite.
have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree? But like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like
It's hard to
I can't
say.
I've
It just
tested
depends on how the
potential there myself,
fluidity
but,
of like.
we made
Can
all
I
of
just
that
press
work,
the
all
button,
plants
ignite the
can,
boss,
you know, like plant stuff, all
or
has
ignite the rare,
mechanics around like watering
and do all that super fucking
the
fast?
rangers plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in
Right,
the future as well.
Hard flame breath gains.
I do like the
50%
idea of
damage
being
as
like
a
a
lightning.
rage druid watering
It's a thing.
my
It's easily a
partner's
thing. It's not even
plants.
hard to do as well.
Right.
You
It's
can
kind of
make it
just
do
like,
raw,
thanks, Druid, you buff
hit
poison
damage.
rangers. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Alright, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well by increasing shock chance. It's
100%.
It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is. And even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established. As like you got plants and you got like nature and you got like
it's like an 800,
stuff.
560.
Well, we really wanted to have
800.
a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game.
Right.
I mean, obviously, like every game that's got
560.
transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly,
80,
right?
40.
That was the reaction. That was the reaction
right?
of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like you gotta have a wolf.
It becomes an 840
exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll
attack
have
damage skill. This thing that hits pretty hard. This skill hits really hard.
Exactly. Don't anger them. So,
I think this skill's pretty good.
that
Actually,
was
this is the first skill that actually looks good.
that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed
like,
the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we were looking at the bear and wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower,
whenever
harder
you use
hitting.
rage, and
we
then
want the faster,
even if you don't use rage, it's like a
like
5
speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had
it's like a
some
600%
range elements,
something,
and then a sort of more spellcastery
decent.
vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like what animal is ranged. Like it's not really there's like it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the wyvern. I mean, someone of course at one point was like,
uplift a volcano from the earth, damaging enemies
but
standing on it.
eventually when I thought about it, it's like actually, you know what? There's some
slamming it will cause
If you
another
suggested to me, I
projectile
told you not
spray.
to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
you know, it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of a range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strengthened.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration. Actually, like as well, like energy recharge. I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
This is a level 1 skill.
I mean, that's fine.
Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
How long does it last?
Feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Watering your plants.
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block
Conjures
or something for.
It literally has a plant tag on the skill.
Carapace maybe or
conjures a root-bound fissure that has cross.
So much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet. Yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds.
Yeah,
that sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick shapeshift, pick it up. Shapeshift back. No,
the skill looks pointless to me. I don't think it does anything at all.
No, please don't.
I don't get it.
Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's
conjure a thunderstorm which causes lightning strikes and rain in an area.
Strength int
causing them to become shocked or frozen more easily. Plants in the area become overgrown.
You've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to Druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like a something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the Druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, you know, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know what I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin. As you there's like things like that we've added. But yeah, there's a little bit of a thematically weird
Supported
thing.
skills echo, causing their effects to happen again after a short delay, growing larger each time but less effective.
Like, you know, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little
require
energy
you
shield
to
pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can get full armor if you want, but
well, like,
yeah.
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah,
going
so
on.
looks pretty
you could
good.
build more strength when you, depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's.
Yeah. I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor. In order to
support slimes you use yourself cause
depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment
to
in the
create
defense.
simultaneous
Really, it's the
aftershocks
tree that
behind the
inspires
slime.
and motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and, you know, obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying, I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
For 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I
but
was
it's only
actually,
on
I had that
freezing.
experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the Druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy
Supported
shields,
skills that
like,
leap
oh,
into
this
the
is
air
kind of
causes
the
corpses
Druids
to
thing, like-
explode.
I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of...
Detonate deads.
There's an extra... I can't remember what it's doing.
There's
one that says do not translate on it, so it's in, it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with some, trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on... what's it called? PoE ones, is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But, you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same, like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But, yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it, like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. You know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. You know, it's like, what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, and so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and you know, and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have this like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this oracle class. Like, I saw the shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expect. But then I saw the oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra passes. So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun
because it's cool. Because it's cool.
That's
really
the best reason you could ask for, right?
I was like, I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, I really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your
asshole
life again,
juice, my favorite drink.
Would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so
Existential crisis is a node.
That fits PoE.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs to get them in the
The
live stream, and I was like,
Druid.
it's
The only thing
got
that looked good was that
passive
Wyvern
not yet added
Fire
to the
Breath
game.
seal.
I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, to as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really like that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
bad, isn't it?
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool. That's fun.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not watering my
There's always
plants.
going to be community tools.
I might breathe fire if I play it.
The build guides and all that kind of stuff. So
the Bear Slam numbers look really like
I
laughably
got my
bad.
secret Abyssal Lich.
The Bear Slam numbers look
It was
like
an
I'm using
actual
Rolling Slam
final
or some shit.
secret, and
Like
maybe
it's
there's
really
more.
low.
You
Really
never
bad
know.
numbers.
I can tell. Look at you. Look at him. He wants to do more.
I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned. Out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan, I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure, but I definitely want to find that balance where you
Just
have
play a
that, where you
monk
also
and
get the
then
cool secrets
for a
that
single
leads into
target
the
just
game.
transform into a wyvern.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about.
I
talismans
don't
and
like charges in
forms
PoE
and
too.
how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another
No
weapon.
charges, man. Like,
And,
let me turn
things
into
like
a
attack speed,
wyvern,
movement
eat some
speed on gear,
corpses.
everything will
There's a
fit
desecrate skill in the game, right? I know there's like a
It's not
boost,
like-
right, or
I
something.
think because a lot of other games do it where when you change
I don't know
form,
if
like
there's, like,
all of a
straight up
sudden, your
desecrate
weapon's
on,
not
like,
affecting you, or this
the
thing's not
witch,
affecting
right?
Well, I mean, effectively, so
Then you eat the
we're
charges.
doing the changing
like,
form
that's a better way to generate than what we had before, but like, fuck me, dude.
by utilizing
like, who
weapon
wants to
swaps. So you've
spam
got two weapon
desecrate
sets
and
inherently,
then
and the
eat the
talisman effectively
charges?
serves
You know
as
what
your
I mean?
weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that. If you want to have the spellcaster and
eat ass!
in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives?
Eating ass because you got no class. Everybody
I was
make a
actually
line
surprised
and
at
eat that
how
ass,
simple and
ass,
straightforward it was to do.
that ass,
So like the
what?
specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basic, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No, you don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. And so like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
But mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both.
Yeah. Who's playing the druid?
In there and tweaking that stuff, but because
who's 100% playing the druid?
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vile expansion, and
I see
there's
4
definitely
people.
more of a like
5,
divide
6
between
people.
the two
That's pretty
things, and
good.
You even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, that's like normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things.
The slams look really. I don't know what those
So, yeah,
numbers
in
on
the
the
end we decided to
slams
go
are,
with
but
2
they look
trailers and just, like,
laughably
show the
bad.
content completely
And
separately.
they're not connected. Like they
No,
don't
not at all,
have to
right?
be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah, they're not. Aside from both of them having.
I
a
don't
box
understand.
in it,
I
they're not-
genuinely. I'm.
Yeah,
Like I have to be missing something.
That was total accident, by the way. It was just like.
So like like what am I missing? So when you're slamming on the warrior, the slams have high damage numbers, and you're also using a 2-handed mace that has like 1,000 damage. Those offhands or whatever talismans had like 100 damage for the bear. Like what am I missing?
Thank you.
Because that's like a genuine 100 times damage difference between a warrior slam and the bear slam from what information I have.
Which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, "Go back in time." And
That's like a genuine 1,000 damage difference. If you have like a 100 flat damage talisman, was it level 1?
So like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past.
There's no way it was level 1.
Quite a lot more, kind of like through the campaign.
I'm gonna look. Where was it?
Part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town and like literally.
I don't know where it was.
And it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate. Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit of epicness, of like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on.
What?
If we'd have had it, so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, yeah, it's just not quite right.
All right, this was not you guys said it was a level 1 weapon. It's not. It was not the level 1 weapon. This is a bear weapon, right? It's level 61. Like even if it had 200% IPD, that would be 300 damage. Even if it had 200% IPD, it would be 300 damage. The gem level 1, yeah, but I mean the numbers are still really bad. And then the bear slam is 70% damage. Yeah, it's a level 1 skill, but like.
Opinions on this one. It's like dark horror, gothic, secondary, 3 dimensions deep of like I'm in the past and or.
Probably a shit base. I don't know. I don't see how this does damage. It seems like it only does damage if you're like doing some combo, like, hey, make sure I have rage, and then I'm enraged, and then it's proccing multiple like volcanoes or some shit, then it does damage, right? Whereas like you could do all that, like, yo, let me get rage, let me snapshot my war cry, let me slam the ground with my fully empowered high rage bear slam while hitting a bunch of volcanoes simultaneously that have also been buffed. Or I can just press this button and breathe fire for like 800% damage with nothing added yet on it.
Like the PoE 1 style, betrayal base.
Or I could just press this one button, do 800% damage.
Okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more.
This is the only skill that looked pretty good to me for the bear, for the druids, is the wyvern flame breath. Good hit damage and has really easy igniting damage.
tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vile stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
I mean, this is probably a high level skill. This is probably like the lowest level. This is like the end of the tier wyvern skill probably, right? Maybe there's like some Giga Bear Slam stuff, but like these 3 skills all look pretty bad to me. All 3 of them. I guess this one's like okay, playable. You would probably use it, but
this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So
you do have socket pressure. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 0-2,
8 days.
Like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed, and then
6 rage per second is high though.
Like it came a lot better.
You don't need to press. You don't have to have rage to cast this, do you? Rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds of channeling. Shouldn't you just be able to press this and ignite anything at any time? Or like it's you're restricted by the 6-second cooldown. Like you can just press this and do like 560% or whatever it is ignite damage at the snap, like a snap of a finger. And then if you have all the conditionals, it becomes a hit-based skill, and you do like 800% whatever attack damage, which is pretty good. Like basically, if you use rage on this, you're scaling your hit damage because the flame breath gets damage gained as lightning. Like it does two things. You can just press the button and do instant big ignite damage, or you can have rage. Empower. What is the trigger for empower? Consuming a power charge. And spending rage even slower. Yeah, if you spend a power charge, it becomes a hit scale, basically hit scaling ability. This is the only skill that jumps out at me that genuinely looks good. Every other skill is like whatever, right? I don't care about any of these. Like this skill, Devour, is really good for generating power charges for things like, let's say I wanted the Falling Thunder, right? I can do this now. I can get full power charges anytime I want just by casting Desecrate and then eating charges, right? No cooldown, 170 attack speed, you eat the corpses really fast, boom, 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 you get full power charges. Use it for this, or use it for like some other skill that consumes power charges. But I mean, who really wants to play that way? You know what I mean? That's like a single target only thing. You're never mapping like that. None of these skills really jump out at me. Like, if anything, it's wolf skills, probably. But their numbers look kind of questionable. Like, this is your bread and butter, right? But your bread and butter is losing so much of its damage effectiveness. So, you could either have this skill, so it has almost 3.5 times multiplier to freeze and chill, right? Which is good. But wouldn't you rather just... So 3.5 times at 40% is what? Is that 200% attack damage? Is that right? No, that's wrong. Is it? 200%? I don't know what it is. 3.5 times more would be 1.5? 150%? That sounds pretty close, yeah. So, would you rather have this skill do what it does at 40% attack damage, or would you rather it just be a skill that has 150% attack damage and the chill and the freeze buildup removed? Of course you would rather have it just do 150 attack damage. Every time. Every single time. Right? You get me? You would always rather have that. Which, this just looks like a worse Ice Strike, basically. This is just a worse Ice Strike, from what it looks like to me. I don't know what Ice Strike numbers even were, but this just looks like a worse Ice Strike. It plays the same way as Ice Strike, essentially, but it looks like a worse Ice Strike to me. Ice Strike PoE 2. Level 1 numbers.
Sorry, or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place. So
is this correct? It's hard to see. Ice Strike looks like it's 40% base, 60%. So it has more attack speed, and it does 50% more damage at its base, and it also has third strike proc. You know how it's like a combo skill, and the third strike does 400% damage. Like, I don't even think this skill is even remotely close to Ice Strike tier. From a damage perspective, yeah, level of requirement stuff, but still. Like, this just looks like a worse Ice Strike to me. Because Ice Strike doesn't have this, like, multiplier to, like, chill and stuff. It's just raw hit damage, which is always going to be superior. So all these skills that are, like, thematic like this, with more magnitude of Ignite... Well, Ignite is fine, but Chill and Shock... Specifically, skills that innate, like, just by the function of the game, skills have magnitude of chill, more freeze buildup, and shock magnitude. Essentially, they trade off their damage. But the game, we do so much damage already.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
That unless you're like, say, using the shock skill just to apply a shock then weapon swap or some nonsense like that, right? It's like they're just typically gonna be weaker skills because we already do so much damage. Like when I hit something, it's gonna get chilled if I'm playing a cold skill, right? Because I'm just gonna do a lot of cold damage. I'm gonna skill up my cold damage. I don't need this multiplier to magnitude of chill. It's a wasted like budget on the skill. Like you're already gonna do enough damage. That makes the skill look really bad. I would rather it just do damage.
I feel like with these things,
It just, like I said, it just looks like a worse eye strike.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff.
This skill has good numbers, actually,
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1.
but this has a cooldown of 2 seconds, and it's like a disengage move, right? This is like the backpedal move, right? Like this skill actually has pretty good numbers, but it, well, number 1, 2 second cooldown, and it has conditional thing. You like backpedal or whatever it is.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing. Where it's like
Hitting a marked enemy with both gouges will activate the mark and cause an additional shockwave. Doesn't say how much damage though. The skill might be decent, but like I said, you're gonna only like you're socketing this into your character, and you're only gonna use it once in a while.
Hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time, which you're not wrong, except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much it's a
Shapeshift into a werewolf and offer your rage to the moon to receive a blessing, gaining bonus damage, attack speed, and movement speed for yourself and wolf minions.
I reckon people are gonna get mad at this.
Spins all rage to extend the buff's duration.
Hold on, I can't farm the bosses.
While the buff is active, your werewolf attacks call down moonbeams on hit.
So it's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever, waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know.
This looks decent.
I mean, even if you,
10-second cooldown, so your downtime isn't even that much. Buff duration is a base 5.
How can you do? Just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's yeah.
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully.
This is kind of like a Goku Kaioken kind of thing. Like you'll hit really hard with this buff for sure. This skill is probably pretty good too.
Sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards.
Yeah, it doesn't say the full tooltip isn't here. Like it probably has tab 2, not here, or whatever. Spams moonbeams, but they're on a 1-second cooldown. You're gonna attack way faster than 1 attack per second. So you're probably realistically getting like 1/4 of 150, but I mean, sure, it's free damage. The main thing you're getting out of this is the grants gained as cold, because that's all damage. Doesn't matter if you're doing extra fire, extra lightning, right? Buff grants 52% damage.
I mean, Varlobs aren't
That's cold.
in the game at that point. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now there are still rewards. There is of course all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear.
There's a couple skills that, you know, look decent. There's some skills that look really bad though too. Furious Slam looks bad, Lunar Assault looks bad, but maybe they scale better than I think, or have more use somewhere else. This skill looks okay, not good, not bad.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
I don't even get how this buff grants 30% damage gained as fire. Buff grants 5 rage per second. The dumb thing is the glory. 20 glory to use.
There's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if like people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like really have to.
You get a large meteor every 1 second, and you get 20 meteors every second. But good luck hoping they hit the target that you want it to fucking hit anyway.
Rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory.
Buff grants 30% damage gained as fire is probably the best part, and then the rage for 5 is nice too.
That's what we want. Yeah, cool. And it is interesting
Because you're not gonna DK rage whenever you press the button.
version of the temple.
Same thing as the wolf one, last 10 seconds.
Halfway through the campaign.
While in Bear form, build glory by gaining rage.
Thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area-specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropped.
Can you generate rage passively, like by pressing like war cries with no targets? That requires you maybe to have like what the war cry node notable or whatever that does that. I think the min power does that, right? No gloves, no unique item. That's bullshit. But can't you do it just by pressing war cries?
There's some modifications, but yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
We've effectively got our.
If you have 10 min power, I don't remember. I think you might be able to. If you can do it just by 10 min power node on the tree and just spamming war cries, it's pretty good because you can always start every boss fight with this immediately, and that's obviously Giga. Right? You could start every boss fight with this probably, if you can do that. Yeah. I think this skill's probably pretty good. The skill's pretty good. Both of the like Kaioken moves are pretty good, I think. Walking Calamity, Lunar Blessing. The baseline skills look kind of whatever or bad. All of these look kind of whatever or bad. Devour will have use for sure. Flame Breath looks like the best, like bread and butter. It's just like press the button, you're always going to get something out of it. You don't even need any of the conditionals, and it's strong. And then these skills all look kind of dumb to me, but you know, it's like some Jungron fucking spell totem shit. Socketed skills deal 10% more damage per power charge consumed. Oh my god, dude.
It's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Vile Spirit right there.
Oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point.
Monk skills with Monk Bell, or wolf skills with Monk Bell.
So you actually have to though, like it has to be corrupted.
Yep, so you corrupt first and then you can apply the double corrupt.
Okay, cool. It keeps some Varlords there as well. Two kind of.
Yeah, I didn't want to Valor.
I don't remember how those work.
You still use them on lightweight stones or whatever.
Does the Monk Bell proc pulse has nothing to do with how hard you hit, right? So I don't think it matters. I don't think it really matters at all. I don't think it matters.
I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes, what the hell? But you know, I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement. Yeah.
There's some stuff here that looks good. Like Echoing Cry looks good. A couple of the Wolf Ultimate, the Bear Ultimate looks good. The Wyvern Flame Breath looks good.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what is it? Val.
It's funny that all of these are at the same tier. All three of these skills unlock at level 52. The three Druid skills that look good to me are all the final skill.
Yeah, basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques.
Wolf skills, a strike skill, probably. Yeah.
We ended up going with Vile uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons. Then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still
these all look good. The ultimates on all of them.
Understanding of what happens, but it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So yeah, you can create some.
I wonder, can you like use this and then go back into human form and still have the buff? Because it forces you to shapeshift into a werewolf when you press the button. But I don't see why, like, I feel like you could cast this and go back to human form, right? Pretty sure. I don't see why not. On both of them. While in bear form, build glory by gaining rage. That doesn't matter. When you have maximum glory, roar to the heavens to bring them down upon your enemies. As long as you remain in bear form.
It's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. No, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But
that one requires you to be in bear form.
Go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using on the Val uniques is like quite cool.
Does that mean you have to be in werewolf? While the buff is active, your werewolf attacks call down moonbeams. You might just gain the cold damage attack speed and movement speed just by baseline. No matter what you're doing. I don't know. Vague ass.
I want to make sure we're actually thinking about for example, the Zerfi's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if we... Well, I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? So all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable.
Is Reddit like this reveal, or are they memeing on
obviously
it?
that's restricted to
Watering
the
your
Valve
plants
pool for
deserves
now,
all the
but, like,
fucking memes.
If it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Izomite
You've established
uniques
the
and other,
concept
you know.
now, yeah.
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
There's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean,
and
you've
then
also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes,
going
true.
on.
And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques,
I
I'd like to eventually get there where we're...
I feel like I'm top right.
Good, cool, really
area.
thought out set for literally every Val unique. So
Monk
hopefully that's fun.
area.
And then you do the cool things. You just get these really, really...
If I can Druid over to Monk, maybe.
That have these,
if it makes sense.
You replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two...
But that means you cross all the way across the witch area, which is fine. It just means your energy shield for sure, which is a given.
Like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad.
Unless there's a million life nodes added to the tree, then maybe it makes more sense.
And this includes
now.
the new like Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the...
Surely there's life nodes, right?
Trial Master uniques, you know, like it, you know, a bunch of stuff. So
a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val uniques.
Right.
Only Oracle sees life nodes.
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, you know, upgrading low-level uniques.
Yeah.
Well, not much information will be in the patch notes. I doubt we'll get all the. I doubt we'll get much gem info, but maybe.
Add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, you know. So it's like we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills.
Glory kind of like
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's kind of like
Vines do 1 physical damage at level 1. Fuck yeah, dude.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, you know, all the classes and skills in place and all that,
I think the current PoE league has the least like player retention of any PoE league in many years.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I think it's one of the best PoE leagues we've had in a while. Actually, I don't think they're like. I don't think the two things go hand in hand. Actually.
So the
post-launch.
So the plan
like
was post-launch. Like
player retention and how good the league is are not
post-launch. We'll return to that again.
All right, shifting
exactly
onto
correlated.
the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour.
Even though people would think probably otherwise, I don't think they're necessarily
The
correlated.
new acts and our third means of ascending.
Because this PoE league to me is really good for the games, and it's just really fast. You play it for like 2 weeks, and then there's no reason to play anymore, and that's okay. I think that's the main thing. Like
didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
If you wanted to play the PoE League for like a month or like 2 months straight or something, the current PoE 1 League, like this is not the league for that. It's just like you log in, play for a week or two, and then you consume it, and then you're done and go do something else. And then don't play anymore. Like you can't force to play the game for like a month straight. Like there's not, like it's too accelerated.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying the little funny memes everywhere.
I need
That's
to
good.
tell
The
Zaki
visibility
something.
improvement for the end game, but not only that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog.
Yeah, so I mean,
Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying. You know, so that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, you know, like how like people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying.
They actually said water your plants, dude. I couldn't. Like, there's no way you can't just laugh your ass off at that.
Like not particularly great. So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like, and effectively we're kind of like, we can go 2 ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about you know, like which league do you want to run for different, you know, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, you know, from this point on, just like Waystones, they will get regular, they'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again like a thing that requires you to do more crafting, another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that you know, it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which you know, helps a lot. And then of course the question was, well, yeah, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, you know, like how can we get back the, you know, like the power you had. So yeah, that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of 2 things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have immediate, like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing. And that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So,
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Public League, which has been pretty successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because, you know, that'll be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
there's stuff we want to do.
We're a bit of trying not to spoil anything here. We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like, you know, it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah,
and so I do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never know.
There's
and we
also different
can,
parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the, you know, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So
but yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change, and then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like, you know, the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm gonna farm, you know, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that, honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like...
What are... I didn't even notice this.
You know,
I thought it was just the
that
debuff
whole, like,
skill.
having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses.
This
of
is
the
actually kind of
leagues,
high numbers, isn't
just
it?
being, like, copy
I thought it was just a debuff skill, but look at the attack
not
speed
how
and
end
attack
goal,
damage.
You know what I mean? Like,
It's kind of
they're a
good.
bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic.
So you do
the epic a lot. So
triple
we're gonna
damage
let
from
that
attack
come in,
speed, and then you do
just general
50% more
upgrades to the
damage from
leagues,
attack
like
damage. That's
some
pretty
of
good
the
numbers.
You know, Ritual has the whole Omen
Yeah,
to
well, maybe we
Tugo
just
and
play
others are just
Wyvern.
why would I
Like
do
Wyvern
this?
looks good.
You know, it's a bit of
Like
that
has
going on,
two
so
good
just a
skills in
general
here,
balance
and you can
fire,
even
adding
just
more content,
devour
different
with
axes, all
desecrate.
kinds of stuff. So there's
I don't know what
heaps
you
coming.
clear with.
But based on all that, to answer the
Like, these
original
aren't clearing
is,
skills,
that's how you
though.
can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be
Live,
way
it will be
more
1/3
than
the
we had
numbers.
anticipated. And it was just like, oh, damn, we
Wyvern
talked about wanting
Deadeye.
to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040.
None of
and,
these
didn't
skills
put
look
too
good
much
for
work,
clearing on the
and
druid to me.
we
Like,
still
not
believe
a
it's the
single
right
one.
thing to do,
Like,
so
of every single thing I'm
we're
looking
gonna
at, like,
commit.
who wants to
Normally-
press any of these buttons to
normally
clear their
we
map?
often get faced with the option, do we cut it down to
Rolling
make it fit?
magma.
Or do we
Where is that
get
at?
to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half.
Weapon swap freezing palm.
We were like, no, we need to do it
Yeah.
all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone. Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it.
Wyvern looks kind of good. I might play
It was
it.
the only fog that didn't have this, so that was well. Like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn, it was just broken the whole time. But either way, like,
Where's the survivability stuff, though? Like, how do we make it tanky?
Obviously.
Like, just clicking energy shield at the top probably needs a little bit more than that.
They can finally rest.
Thank you for your service.
It's definitely energy shield. It's just like energy shield by itself isn't good enough. You need a little bit more.
Whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere.
I don't know if there's like good life armor
It's a
ES
big
stuff.
improvement for sure.
Improvements or anything.
So you mentioned that.
That makes
but there was
sense.
also
It's not
another
evasion. You're not going to be
change that
pathing
you
much
had to actually
evasion.
get in this one, and that was the kind of like
I
monster
mean, you
dance
could
of
maybe
getting
cope like one
swarmed
item,
issue.
like
That's
the
a very
chest or
interesting one
something.
because,
Chest and
so
helmet
when
max,
we
I
were
guess.
doing
Did you path that
031,
far? It's pretty far to
this
path
was
all the
actually
way.
already
I guess
a
you
thing
could
that we were
anoint one.
tabling and talking about. But we kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in-game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or
Wyvern
anything like
seems
that.
like bait. Those numbers are
but,
good on two skills.
Overall, we don't necessarily need as many
100%. Two of the
monsters as what
skills
we were
have good
having on the
numbers.
top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. And because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that can do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to want to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a
So they haven't said anything really about, like,
thing that you can, it's
the
like,
most vague way possible
so,
about balance changes?
I want to make sure, like...
What are the chances that it's just, like,
but I wanted
everything Deadeye is just, like, minus?
Monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty... hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels.
Or what are the chances that all things are going up and everything's buffed?
It's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, pack size, pack size, and stuff like that. So. But then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scaler. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler. And I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of alright, and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, you know, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Do you guys understand what I'm telling you?
It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is. I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that.
Do you know him, Yoon Jang Dong? Do you know him?
That you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like. Ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game, and so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well, and that's the beauty of the Atlas Tree, so and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler.
What is the chance that whoever gets to add Ziri first just kills her and like she doesn't even get to use abilities, she just like dies instantly?
Been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's
gonna happen again.
As much pack size, or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters, and like, you know, we did get to see a little bit of that in Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like there's definitely been like it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with like noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to complete. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the Magic versus Rare is we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as like relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues
What did they do exactly? They nerfed the density in every map by like 40% is what they said, but they buffed the monster life.
And
is that what it was? By 40% or something like that?
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really
40% more loot, 40% more monster, but 40% less
monsters. Every league drops,
monsters.
every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really it wasn't really that great. So it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean it appears in some regards. Like for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
You know, but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things appear on the minimap.
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But
it
was implemented a while
play your
ago.
map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
Strongboxes you missed, Rogue Exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be look, you've explored at least, I mean, if there's generally speaking, if you've got a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
It's about getting those last things, and
then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful.
Big Booty are
because
going
it's
to
not just
transform into a
revealing the
bear.
rares, it's going to reveal even more.
Big Booty style.
So you'll know about everything else you missed. So
Why does the bear
we'll see
form
how it
look the
goes.
worst right now? It's surely has to
I
have some
understand
better
that was
skills
a
than
bit
there,
of
right?
a aggravation for a lot of people. But you know, that's a perfect example of, again, it's you know, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently. And so yeah, it's
Type
case
Alk
study,
U
'cause
and look
I'm
at
honestly
it.
surprised
Just
that
hover
you
over the
didn't
Alk
do
U
that,
emote.
because
Look at it.
This seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the, like, I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's
When do you make that
saving
face in
the
real life, the
players
Alk
that
U?
feel like that they're FOMOing because, like, I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this. Like, that is really bumming me out. And then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change then. Nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah. You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random, like,
good.
Wait,
what more
did
words
we
can
do
I
that?
say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But yeah, everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A.
it.
Good stuff. We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. And that does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together like be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
I don't think anything they said is actually correct.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how which they're all different, right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to like nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said,
the passive tree just doesn't give you much damage, period.
A couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision
but it
that
can give
we
you
wanted
pretty good
the
survivability
class
if you're
starts
taking,
on the
like,
tree
energy
to be
shield
weaker than the
specifically.
exterior.
Like from a
so generally the nodes are meant to go up a
perspective.
little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just
you
get
can't
like
ever get that much damage from the passive tree. Majority will come from gear.
In PoE 1
yeah,
quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger than
you get
stuff,
the M.
But you can get a lot of
top and stuff like
survivability
that.
from the passive tree.
That was a decision we made.
That does multiply into gear. That is true what he said with as far as
But
energy
yeah, I
shield
mean,
scaling.
I guess we did kind of have like we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but and just a little bit with more the ease of it.
But you cannot get much damage from the passive tree, like compared to PoE 1.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say
the reason you cannot get that much damage
I'm pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that, like,
you cannot get that much damage from the passive tree because
I guess, like, it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately,
it's
that's what
like
it comes
attack
down to,
speed,
is,
cast speed,
if my gear is,
generic damage, and you can only like
how powerful
you
is
get
my
diminishing
character
returns the more
from just
generic
the
damage you
tree,
get,
and that's like a little bit.
And there's not like masteries that give other multiplicative damage types.
The tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
There. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, we want don't, you know, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, it's kind of
Obviously
just one of the
that's not
things.
entirely base in
Entirely,
Imperial 1,
no,
but
but
you because
yeah.
you have base life.
Yeah,
it's technically
yeah.
kind of
I get what you
as
mean.
in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more of that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So yeah, we'll just have that general.
No, we
feeling.
don't have that problem in
Obviously
PoE
still
1
got
though.
imbalance here,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
there's obviously still work.
I
to
don't
do.
agree with any of this.
Never ending. So like, you know, the tree will just continue to evolve, and like we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful.
People on the bottom
and
side
to
of the
keep
tree
doing it,
in
and
PoE
now
1
we've added all the
do life
Druid ones, but
anyway.
not
Very
just
rarely
that,
do you get
like,
a ES
we
bottom
added
like a
more,
champion or
like,
something.
Ignite support,
Right? It's not even a
around
problem.
The mercenary, you know, for example,
In
this
PoE 1.
time, like as in 040.
Like people play
we're doing
life
that,
builds
and
at the
then
bottom of the
there's,
tree in PoE 1.
some changes to like more some prod speedy stuff because like we were like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale, and it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen, and so like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's gonna just honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's like, what did you actually achieve?
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? There's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with
ES meta is
stance,
basically
obviously, being
TLDR
a
right
bit
now.
hectic and
Still,
I guess I'm gonna start listing off things I'm gonna nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So but we'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction perhaps, but I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the
aiming in
intention.
that
Yes, that is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge. And then it's just like, well, now, why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech.
Nobody uses that though.
And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier,
Meat creature.
that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
cool.
Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that.
So
hopefully, and historically we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies. And
what is that in my chat? Do you see it?
You know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that. So much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew.
There's a motherfucking bitch, man.
You've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad quite a little time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions.
My asshole's hungry for a delicious mealtime treat. Feed it.
Have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know. That's fine, which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot. And
Feed it.
even you guys have mentioned in the past, like
It's
it
nerfed.
exacerbated things like mana
Surely.
issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities.
Mhm.
And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example.
Right.
And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus
We nerfed them.
skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and it was something where like you would you sort of had this baseline of like some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this like, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was
W's.
I particularly was like I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So
how do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably.
Yeah.
But like they I don't think that that they were quite right for PoE 2. So yeah.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point.
Yeah.
I just randomly just started talking about stuff
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but
What are they yapping
yeah,
about?
There is an issue.
They're basically saying,
I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure, the increase in the mana cost. But
I mean, I suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it.
And
that
that's it. It's just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like. You instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall.
It's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like. Maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah, added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being.
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I didn't love that, so I was kind of really wanting to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. Like that. 0 out of 10.
was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons, so we'll say it's related. But in 040 we are doing a change where even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before, just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't, I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes, so that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types, it's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage, what is it, mana, I don't remember what else, the prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want, like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you, well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem. But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear, whereas like staff.
I mean, you actually made a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. So when we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to just hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. Yeah. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a hole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like, you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with, the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons, bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, you know, it matters.
What is that in Discord?
Stuff it does,
what is that?
You know, contribute to the overall picture of
in
just
the
things
PoE 2
feeling
channel.
good.
Do you guys see it?
And,
What is that?
You know, it's another one of these things where it's like,
what is that?
We just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this week to come, or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes,
everybody sees
the rest
it.
of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But
what is
that? At the same time,
why
you
is that a
and
thing?
mess it up. So yeah, I don't know, just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our
I can't show it. It's a guy
discussion of talking about
corn on
rarity
the
and what
cob.
we're going to do with it.
Well, I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod. Like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, that no one has access to, except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop-related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it, so there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say like the number of the okay, but that sounds a bit weird, but what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like, it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like, it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like,
and that's very, very
it's okay, I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex give?
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense. Cool. Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and lightning damage?
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage, notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased. So they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold was
but
ultimately,
ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to, you know, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Yeah.
Like, kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there. Then, you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like, even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. Yep. So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do a like, I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do, for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned, you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging ailments, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
like,
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something, we just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough.
You guys pogging?
I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I'm like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I mean, I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done. My character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because
how
what
long
you
has
actually
this
want
been
is
going?
a base type to craft
like
from.
2 hours, right?
And so
like,
in some ways it's wrong in that
while.
regard, for sure. Like if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on.
You might be wondering, well, this just looks like a normal raiment build, Clint. What are you talking about? This is just a raiment build where you just use Ingiom like the old God Monk, like in Season 2, and you just spam dash and it kills stuff. Woohoo!
But yeah, there's a bit of that. And so,
look a little bit closer, guys.
It's very important
look
with these kinds of things.
Just look down at the buff bar there. You'll notice one key feature.
Obviously right. Let's just change everything.
I'm spamming dash, but I don't have Ingiom. Okay, so what that means is you can literally just dash anywhere infinitely without even any cooldown being on your dash,
it sounds like,
whilst it also does crazy amounts of damage. Okay, on top of that, you'd be like, well, it's going pretty damn quick, but I mean, it's not going that fast. That's because I'm on the PTR right now. This video is being recorded on the PTR. I'm about 150 to 300 ms. If you guys don't know how dash works, basically, if you're lagging, you're going to have a huge amount of delay between each dash, and it's kind of glitchy. You'll notice my character just kind of rubber band a bit. Okay, when you don't have lag, this dash is instant. Okay, it does scale with attack speed, and this build does have a low attack speed, mind you. But literally, it's going to go 2 to 3 times faster on live.
Everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And
it's increased the weapon damage of dashing strike to
overflow
now,
effects that just kind
that's
of
irrelevant. As long as you're
balance changes all over the place, but
I mean,
nothing like significant change to that.
All out and enjoy the rest of the clear.
When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses. Yeah, I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing, so you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And So you're giving you a bit of that throughout, so we don't lose that the league had, and then in game, sure, use your tablets, and then start running it. And
awesome.
You want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there, so, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of the Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff.
Wait, they're done?
Years, alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of
They're
like,
quarantining on Discord. What is that? Why is
has
that?
the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their
You think
farm
Korgos would
product
eat preserved
earlier?
ribs?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system as it, the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a in-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that.
Yeah.
Finally, we can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to it.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a few
Big Nose.
crafting.
You're dumb, Big Nose. Do you think he's here?
People could craft like really good gear super easily. That they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen.
What are your plans? They put that in. What are your plans?
If we did want to,
what are your plans? What do you guys think about that? What are your plans to do damage?
The reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason, not necessarily because of reasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's more about the play experience, to be honest.
Garden
hose. When it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyper-fixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? How many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyper-fixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people have.
But like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, then we're happy.
If you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others,
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive with crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good. Yep. So good.
Agreed.
All right, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think, because it's like where do you guys feel it's at now?
Yeah.
What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys can type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them, and it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removal speed runes in, and it's like, well, great, now you got, and you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicit and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like,
yeah,
I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
creature.
I've been more on that side of things, so maybe make some of the
What? Holy fuck, just 2 Myrtle 100.
How did you do this?
Just confirm that. Yeah, I feel like that's been discussed fairly.
Are you ready, Grawley?
At this point, yeah.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and
Are they almost done?
Then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on, you know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that one that is getting
we've done number
love,
buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every Ascendancy class has some level, like, honestly, some of it is like one node changed, some of it, like, for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and, like, we got rid, I mean, Pathfinder just did that, we got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE 1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy things. And, I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength.
The next Ascendancy for Druid.
For the Pathfinder, you can take that node and there's 6 choices you can do on your triple
Would you play
nodes.
it?
So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got.
Do you want to play it?
In the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters.
Big Naz, are you playing it?
For being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing, I've held back, from the patch notes I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. A couple of ice ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the ice ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is, and that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Patch notes?
Initial patch notes.
Is that what they're saying?
I know they were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that, and done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming.
So a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
it's quite. There's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee,
Bigness, what are you playing?
There's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarter staves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it. It's like doesn't count as well.
But
it's like a half ranged weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are from talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes. Some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just
self-sustaining
started going. Like
snack.
Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like around the. I mean,
What's
honestly,
the name?
I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap is narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but huge step in the right direction, I'd say.
Your name is
and then things like Alpha Louise, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending on how extreme they were.
Oh, it's not giving me a headache.
Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, then you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be. If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for everything.
The balanced ninja squad
In the face.
focusing on clear.
Mario pulled out a piece of shit from Luigi's ass and stuffed inside of Luigi's nose, then peed in Luigi's asshole.
You know, up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like, druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or they were like
a long
that
time.
was actually for the huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably
like,
not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
And
yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, you know, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it, so I can
actually
do inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but yeah.
Controller inventory. No.
But
okay, good news. It's being worked on daily, it sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, you know, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year.
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. It's certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
I bet these heteros kiss girls. General Gravicious grunts, his hips rapidly slamming his erect donger deep into Shadow's lean muscled frame. Sweat drips from his brow as he moans a quiet prayer before both nuts erupt, turning him into a fountain of calm, launching Shadow at least 5 meters off the floor. Gravicious smirks at the sight. I fucked for God. Exile. Who do you fuck for?
It's a good trade-off.
What?
With the performance improvements, which look like really impressive, even more looking at the side-by-side footage is like, it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like, yeah, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what
you know, he laughed.
I mean, obviously,
he read that and laughed his ass
off. A lot of it is just effectively multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU is definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really is to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, you know, just, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. So like now, there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up. Awesome. But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from And yeah, it's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, like, yeah, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Yeah, effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly like, you know, some of the, like, go into a deep dive into it at some point. It's kind of interesting.
It feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding ridiculous things that, like, oh, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and yeah, like it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is, like, I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point, like, when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
Yeah, I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and you know, like, I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And yeah, as I said, like, already it's so much better now. But yeah, we'll be.
Why is it like dog shit?
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here. So we will end there and let
no one's interested in listening to us anymore.
I can't read this.
Everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out.
I hit the X button. Is what it is. The Druid. The Druid. Where's the good stuff? Player changes. Tailwind now grants 1% movement speed, 2% speed, previously 3, 10% evasion, previously 15. And prevent 1% of damage from deflected hits per stack. Wait, does this means it doesn't reduce damage? Like it used to? You get this instead? Oh, so it gets more damage mitigation? What? Base unarmed attack is now 1.65. That is 15% more damage, roughly, for your punching. That's decent. Not enough, but it's decent. Rage regeneration now pauses rage decay. Good. Thank fucking God. That's actually a really good change. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10. I don't even know it costs more than 10. Rage no longer causes visual effect on your character until you have 10 or more rage, so that you can know you can use the abilities. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. Igniting auras, including ignited ground, no longer applies infinite ignites. Instead, they apply regular ignites with the standard duration. I don't know what that's relevant for, but okay. Ascendancy changes. Okay. Wind Ward has been removed. Deadeye is squishy as fuck. Period. Deadeye is squishy as fuck. Bullseye now requires COD shots, but Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness instead of 5. Sure. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive skill, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye. While active, firing a ranged projectile will create a Mirage that uses socketed range attacks for a short duration, then vanishes. You cannot create another for a short time after creating one. That sounds kind of shit. Contagious contamination removed. Practical remedies removed. Running assault now grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. That's it. It ended with Deadeye, and now we play Pathfinder. That's literally what this is. That's literally what's happening. Added a new Path Seeker multi-choice ascendancy passive node, which grants the following choices. Can allocate nodes from Warrior starting point, Sorceress's starting point. Each choice also grants 4 passives. That's pretty good. I don't know what you would like pivot. Maybe Sword thing pivot, but I don't think you're pathing to Warrior. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Path Seeker. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute point. Passive skills offer... Wait. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute passive skills. Offer additional options. That seems broken. Dude, that's... You can get like 300% global defense. I don't know how many you realistically path through, but like if you path through like 20 nodes, which you easily do, you probably path through like 40. That's like 200 global defenses if you're getting your attributes somewhere else. Yeah, it's Pathfinder. This is like Deadeye is dog shit. Click Pathfinder instead. You get this. You get this. And it was already a good ascendancy, genuinely. So Elemental Sus G rework. No, I don't know what this stupid shit is, dude. I hate these infusion type things. Ritual Sacrifice Stolen modifier duration is 82 to 120 seconds. Previously 15 to 20. So it lasts 6 times longer. Corrupted Life Force now also has you deal 50% more damage to affected enemies by blood boils. Sure. Imploding Impacts now also grant fully broken armor you inflict. Increases all damage taken from hits instead. So you can scale other damage types elemental with your breaking of armor. Sure, whatever. Whatever. Titan's Surprising Strength has been removed. Which one's Surprising Strength? Is that the life one percentage? Or is that the... Which one is that? Or is that the stupid one? The damage one? 50% more damage against heavy stun. Yeah, that one sucks anyway. Honestly. So this will be a better skill. Added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy passive, which grants every 3rd slam skill that doesn't create fissures, which you use yourself, cause one additional aftershock ahead and to each side of the initial area. That sounds like it might be good. Causes 1 additional aftershock ahead. Into if you have enough AoE, does that mean you get triple damage on your aftershock? Because you have 1 aftershock ahead and to each side of the initial area. What if like you have enough AoE? Can you like hit for like triple damage? That sounds like genuinely like giga broken. Like I don't see how this doesn't. Like I'd have to visually see it, but like on a boss, a bigger hitbox target, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to get more than 1 hit in on this. Like this could be like giga damage, giga damage. That seems kind of nuts, honestly. Insane clear. What do we use on slams? Is the shield skill a slam? Shield wall? It's not, right? Maybe it is. I think it is, isn't it?
Hulk knows.
Shield slam is a... It isn't a slam. I don't know what the good slams are anymore. They all kind of been... They've all kept getting nerfed. I don't know what a good slime is, but that's interesting. This is not... This could be really, really broken good. Each notable connected to Smith's masterwork now grants 200 armor, in addition to its other bonuses. That's really strong. That's just a free, like, 1,000 armor to Smith. 60% glow regeneration, 100% thorns, 30% spirit. Immunity to crit damage, straight up. Immunity to all damaging elements. The fire spell on melee hit skill now costs no mana when triggering, and it gains 10% increased damage per level, up to 200% increase to level 20. Huh. The temper weapon skill with the anvil now costs no mana. The combust triggered by its empowered attacks now deal 25% more damage at all level, and it has more AoE. Okay, sure. This is not a skill, it's a minion. As a mace, oh, I see. This is for a manifest weapon. Okay, don't care. Infernalist, seething body no longer ends while on high infernal flame. You and your allies gain 50% damage as extra fire. Now grants gain elemental archon when you cast a spell while on high infernal flame. Now grants gain elemental archon. I don't know what this is, but okay, whatever. Whispers of the Flesh now also cause targets curse in 100% region. Who cares? Infusions. When collecting an infusion, gain another. Previously 50%, now 100%. Sure. Multiplying squalls now +2 to limit of elemental skills. Whatever. This shit, I feel like it's all fucking cooked. Chronomancer now ignores curse limit. Isn't that OP as fuck? I guess the curses in this game aren't, there's not that many crazy ones, but like, that's kind of nuts. Now it causes cursed targets to take 50% of damage, of hit damage dealt to them while cursed. Again when the curse expires. Okay. You just have to let your thing fully play through. Thaumaturgy, 4 gems for max res is now 3. Whatever. And they giga buff this though. Thaumaturgical, like, charge generations every 5 seconds versus 8. That's definitely more realistic. Supporting fire. The supporting fire skill granted by Unleash Hell, notable, blah, 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 blah. It just does more damage. Okay. Wait. Yeah, it does more damage. They just changed how the damage comes in. Strategic Embankment, notable passive skill, no longer. This is like the minion shit. I don't care about this stuff on this class. The, like, artillery shit's dumb. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life. Previously 40%. This is a buff. I don't even remember what concentration does, I just know it gives damage.
Meek creature!
Is that a big buff? I don't know how much of a buff that is. Ceremonial Ablution now instead grants sorcery ward. Also protects against all damage types. Wow, that's actually big. Yeah, that's big. So sorcery ward protects all damage in the entire game. That's pretty good. Like, it's 100% consistent now. Like, to protect you. It protects all damage. It was already, like, decent. And now it's physical, chaos, all LEs. All damage. Does this protect against dots or only hits on the sorcery ward? I haven't used it. Is it dots too? If it's dots too, it's like crazy good. It's only hits. Okay. I think dots probably would be too strong. Invoker now grants 35% less evasion. Nobody ever took this node. It's still probably bad, honestly. Meta skills have 50% increased spirit reservation. Unbound avatar 12-second cooldown. And wow, you can really ramp this so fast since the internal cooldown's no longer there. Oh, I see, but they changed this. So it's like better for mapping, worse on bosses. Maybe. Depends on how fast you attack, I guess, and how fast you apply. This fucking clown-ass class, again, they fucking trying to make it a thing. Super fucking hard. They buffed it, though. Everything is higher. Choice of power, life, and mana now grant 50% increase of all remnants and pickup. The Void Illusion now has a 4-second cooldown. That's fine. Rest, but the Void does double damage. And now it has 3 cooldown charges on your Void Illusion skill thing. Okay. Passive skill tree changes. Added 250 new passives. Hooray. The values of flammability magnitude have been increased massively. Massively. All instances of gaining Elemental Archon have been changed to gain Elemental Archon or whatever. To better support builds using multiple elements. Whatever. Hollow Palm Technique Keystone now grants 1% more attack speed per 75. Previously 25. What? How do you nerf something that's trash? There's no way. I thought this would be buff because it's so bad, and they triple nerfed it. So nobody will ever take this, and when it was already bad. Now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 evasion on equipped armor items, previously 25. And then you get the 15% attack speed on your base to try and like make up for it, but it was already bad. It needed like 50% more damage on Hollow Palm. It didn't need nerfed, it needed like a 50% buff. That's ridiculous. This makes no sense and it's bad. Never take that, ever, no matter what. That should never ever be clicked on any build in the entire game, ever. Anyway. The Walker of the Wilds Keystone has been removed, whatever. Elemental Equilibrium now grants Cold Infusion Remnants. You create are instead fire, whatever. Crimson Assault Keystone now also grants 50% more bleeding magnitude. That's the one that your bleeds last 1 second, right? Or whatever, but they're aggravated. I think that's what it does. Sure. I don't know what uses this. Would use this like Rake or something dumb, but whatever. Added 3 new attack area clusters to the Monk passive. This is like huge, actually. The Monk has no AoE, and that's like the worst part of the entire class. This is actually insane. Added 3 new attack area effect clusters. Like full wheels, 3 separate ones. This is like absolutely insane for Monk. This is exactly what Monk needs. Dude, your Shattering Palm is gonna hit the full fucking screen with that. That's like actually the #1 bad thing about Monk was he had no AoE scaling on the tree. That's like Giga for him. Added a new bow cluster and modified a projectile cluster in the ranger section of the tree, granting suppressing chance to fire an additional arrow. This is just additional arrow. So ranger maybe gets more arrows. Hooray. For your Pathfinder, not Deadeye. Added a new cluster between the Witch and Monk for Remnants. Principal Infusion now has Remnants. Can be collected 30% further. Whatever. The Grand Tribute notable from Heart of the Well unique jewel, that's the Abyss jewel, now has Remnants can be collected 80% further instead of 50. A bunch of stuff for Remnant pickup, radius, whatever. Fuck that shit, dude. The Pure Power notable no longer grants 2% lightning damage per 10 int. It now instead grants 10% more maximum lightning damage. Wildstorm also no longer grants 15% more maximum lightning damage. It now grants gain 4% of damage as extra lightning damage, gain 4% of damage as extra cold, and plus 10 int. Whatever. Like, this is not bad, but this is definitely better. So, nerfed, essentially. You're not chilling if this is your only source of cold damage. That's not going to be enough because they nerfed the ailment stuff last patch. Like, if you have this on a lightning build, that's not going to chill. It's also not going to freeze anything. It's not going to freeze or chill if this is your only source. It's not enough. Crescendo 1, 2, and 3 are now int gems. Perpetual Charge is now an int gem. Mark for Death is now a strength support gem. Okay, where's the stuff that like actually is like numbers? Atulia's Bloodletting, this was OP, now grants 2% extra fizz per 20 life, previously 10, up to 40%. But it no longer has a cost multiplier. I don't even know what can hit reasonable numbers. That's like a giga nerf on it though. That's definitely a giga nerf. The Zoff gem, I think these only drop off Zesht, right? This only drops off Zesht. They're like rare gems, right? But they're all double buffed. And these numbers are not bad. 40%, think these are the Zesh dropped ones. Einhar's Beast right now. Disabled font. I mean, that skill is kind of dumb, honestly. No, looks like they buffed most of these. Now grants echoes from skill at 40% AoE and it echoes 3 times. It seems kind of nuts. It's like Giga Awakened Spell Echo or something. Urok Smelting causes affected targets to permanently take 5% increase physical up to 20%, previously 2 per 20%, whatever. Valenta 75% increase instead of 50. On Citadel no longer has 30% less AoE or supported skills deal 30% less. Wait, what? They just got rid of the penalty, so it's they actually got rid of the bad stuff. This is the one that like makes walls or something, right? Like this is a huge buff, I'm pretty sure, if it's the one I'm thinking. It's the wall one, right? Yeah. That's like a massive buff for like shield wall. Turdcrod's Revenge now says minions, so we don't read it. Rigwald's Ferocity now has 30% increased attack speed if used in weapon set 1. Previously 20% more attack speed. So it went from multiplicative to additive. Fuck you. Athma's Assault now grants load 5 bolts when you dodge. Previously 3. I'm sure like some of this, I didn't play grenades much, but I'm sure some of that is good for it. Now grants a 100% chance to load a bolt into... This seems insane. It's 100% from 35. Now grants 100% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing a killing blow. This seems insane. That's like some Giga mapping shit. Yeah, that one's nuts. Comb's Madness now grants supporting skills deal 20% less damage. I don't even remember what this one was. Previously 40. This is the totem shit one. At Zeri's Allure now has supported skills have 20% less effect. It's like obviously the same. Garukon's Resolve now grants maximum critical hit chance with supported skills is 50%. So you're capped at 50 crit. Right? I've never seen this. Also no longer grants supported skills become useful. I don't even know what this one is. Attack critical hits with supported skills bifurcates supported skills become usable after 20. Oh, it's the Tangle Tongue, yeah. The Tangle Tongue one. Arakali's Lust now grants supported skills deal 8% more damage with hits per poison up to 40%. So poison stacking, sure. Takati's Ire, 2% faster poison damage per rage. That's a lot of damage, right? Aelith's Charm now grants 25% chance to gain a power charge when expending combo. With supported skills per combo expended, this chance can exceed 100%. Previously 10% chance. We use this, I mean, it's just fodder for generating charges. Arbiter's Ignition now has a 100% chance to gain Elemental Archon on igniting an enemy. That sounds good. I don't know this stuff, but to go from 20% to 100%, I'm pretty sure that's really good. I don't know what this is, but that sounds good to me. Nova projectiles no longer cause supported skills to gain 4 additional projectiles, or supported skills now deal 40% less damage. What am I looking at? Dominus Crest now grants supported skills chain to double. Chain 1 no longer grants 100% chain, now grants supported skills deal 30% less damage. I don't understand when I'm reading this. Like, I get the damage penalty, like it's changed still, right? +1? Surely. It used to have plus 1 and 100. Okay. But on like a level 1, on like a level 2 character, it's still doing the exact same thing. It's just you're getting a less of a damage penalty, right? Because I don't even know what chains at level 1. Like on a level 1 character. Now grants supported skills chain +2, previously +1, and now they deal 50% less damage. Okay. Chain 3 no longer grants 200% chains. Now grants supported skills chain 2 +2, but no damage penalty. That's pretty good, this one. I don't know what you, that's like, I feel like that's like in-game type stuff, right? When you do enough damage and you can one-click. Culmination, that was a cap of 10 combo, now it's a cap of 20 combo. It has 40% less on chain 3, it's just not in here because it didn't change. Okay. So it's just 10% damage penalty probably. Difference versus that. Stormfire, these are dumb. Living Lightning. Living Lightning. Enraged, Warcry, and Rage Forge supports are now treated as spending rage. Okay. Impact Shockwave support now actually makes aftershocks. This allows a strike to cause both an impact shockwave and melee splash from the same hit. Okay. Looks like a Bone Shatter buff, maybe? I'm not sure what I'm reading. I think I used this on Bone Shatter normally and I thought it did something, so I'm not sure what I'm reading. I'm pretty sure it did something before. I don't know what the change exactly is there. Skill changes. Frozen Mandibles monster can no longer be obtained. I'm sure people know what that is. I didn't use Tame Beast at all. Buff, summon specter variants of certain monsters in each act and they're in game, blah blah blah. Buff monsters. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases when the player successfully uses the skill but fails to hit the enemy. Okay, just cleaner dashing. The per target hit limits on Firestorm, Ice Storm, Rain of Arrows are now displayed. Okay. Whirlwinds now take on elements from overlapping elemental ground for 8 seconds, previously 4, sure. Wind skill stuff. Fix the following skills having modifiable limits that were not described as limits. Earthquake, Earth Shatter, Earth Wall. These skills can also now be supported by Overabundance. Huh. Okay. Some gem level tweaking. Ancestral Cry. Volcanic eruptions now deal double damage. I mean, I thought this skill was pretty bad. And now per 1.2 travel. Ancestral War Totem no longer has attack penalty. Shock from Arc now has 50% increased magnitude of shock instead of 50% more, I say. Okay, just nerfed shock stacking. Arctic Armor now deals way less damage. I'm surprised by that, but I mean, I've seen some nutty ass shit with it, so I guess. Now has double freeze buildup and double chill buildup. Sure, whatever. Armor Breaker now deals, I don't know what that number is. Like 15% more damage, it looks like. Something like that. 20% at max level. Sure. Attrition now reserves 30 spirit, previously 60. This thing is really good if the game was actually hard. What this does. But the game isn't hard, so I mean, unless things changed a lot this patch. Attrition is nuts. Making it half the mana reservation, spirit reservation is crazy. Ball Lightning now deals way more fucking damage. Scaling up to 105. I don't know how much more damage this is. It's a lot though. Like, fuck. Like 40 something, 50 something, 40, 50 something. Now has shittier shock chance. Who cares? Fire Infused deals more damage. A lot more damage. Whatever. That Ball Lightning buff is pretty big though, for sure, right? It's like 50% more damage, right? Yeah, it's like 50% more damage on ball lightning. It's kind of a big number. Barrier Invocation now reserves 30. Cast on minion death reserves 30 versus 60. Those are good. Charge regulation no longer grants more skill speed while you have a frenzy charge. Now grants 24 to 25% increased skill speed while you have a frenzy charge or whatever. Comet's back, it looks like. Almost 100% more damage here. It's like 90% more damage on Comet. That's a lot. 90% buff is pretty big. No, I don't know how good these spells are. I never play them. Elemental Conflux. Holy shit. That's a huge buff. This is already really strong. And they, like, 100 Spirit to 60 is, like, massive. That's a huge buff for Elemental Conflux. Elemental Invocation. A little bit buff, sure. Electrocuting Arrow, Detonating Arrow. Looks like these are getting buffed? Question mark? I don't know. Which one's Electrocuting Arrow? Is that the one for Shocking? I don't know which one this is. There's like too many lightning arrows. I get them confused. It's faster to cast, but it hits a little bit less damage. And it converts even more to lightning. It's just for electrocuting? Okay. I guess it makes sense with the name. Escape Shot, the stupid skill. Like, this needs to do way more damage. Wait. They nerfed the damage. I don't know, whatever. It seems dumb. Now gains +1 limit of lodged spears every 8 gem levels. Bone Piss, thanks dude for the 57. Frenzy charged and powered explosions now deal like 40% more damage. Now has 100% increased ignite effect, previously 0. So they didn't want explosive spear to be a thing. These numbers, I don't know what the skill is because I've never seen someone cast it, but the numbers initially don't look bad. So it has 100% ignite effect. Is that the ignite magnitude essentially? I don't know, these fucking their wording, it gets confusing. Is that just double ignite magnitude? Because if this is just double ignite magnitude on a 724, that's like really strong for sure. I don't know if that's like, I thought it was magnitude. What is ignite effect? Or did they just like write it weird here? Like if this is double ignite magnitude on a 724, this is a skill, I think. This definitely will give you a pretty chunky ignite. Then again, you're using a spear, so your weapon's not going to have that much front-ended damage, but still, I mean, 700 double still should be pretty decent. Eye of Winter travels faster, but it has less base projectile speed. I don't fucking know, dude. Cooldown is 10 versus 15. Fangs of Frost, I don't even know what that is. I'm assuming that's a spear skill. I don't fucking know, dude. Flame Blast now has a cooldown of 10 versus 15, whatever. 3 fragmentation rounds now. Bolts pierce 2 targets at gem level 1, scaling to 5, previously 2 at all levels. Which one's fragmentation rounds? Is that the shotgun? I don't know which one this is. It is the shotgun. Base projectile speed has been increased. Freezing Mark no longer causes an explosion. Instead, freezing the mark target now grants a buff that gains extra cold damage for a duration. I agree with this. Freezing Mark was stupid, and this is way better. I think the buff lasts 20 seconds, they said. Like, this is like a big buff for cold attack builds. Buff. Instead, freezing the mark target grants a buff that, yeah, this is a lot of damage on a cold build. Like, that's a huge buff for cold builds. For cold attack builds. Because it was redundant with how cold, like, Herald of Ice and Shattering Palm already work. Like, you don't really need this shit. And now it just gives you more damage, which is what cold needs anyway. Yeah, this is pretty good. Helps with monk charge generation. Does it? I don't even know what gives charge generation with cold freezing. Frost wall. Frozen locust no longer deals 80% less damage. No longer creates chilled ground. No longer has collision. Now correctly works with limit. What does it do then? Frozen locust no longer has a hidden less damage taken from allies. So what does it do now? You just drop it on the ground, you can pop it instantly again? It does nothing. I mean, this skill was really strong 2 patches ago. I don't know what it does. Like, if I can just drop the Locust right now and just instantly pop it, it's actually pretty good again. If that's what it does, it's really good. Frozen Locust now has... What? Frozen Locust Ice Crystals has 27 life to 9.5k maximum life. From 430 to 13. There's no way level 1 Frozen Locust had 430 life. I'm confused. Am I stupid? There's no way. What is this 430 to 1364? There's no way it had 430 life at level 1. I'm confused what I'm reading. Am I stupid, or is this worded really poorly? Like, it should have been like this kind of a number at level 1. Why does it say 430 here? I don't know, whatever. What does base gym level, not level 1 mean? You could blow this up with 1 auto attack at level 1. Like, there's no way it has 400 life at level 1. I don't know what I'm reading. I'm just assuming we can drop it now and just instantly pop it and do full damage like it used to, which is good. You think it's supposed to be 43 life? It was 43 life level 1? Okay, yeah, there's just a 0 here. Okay, that makes sense. So it explodes even faster, which is good. Gathering Storm perfect window timing has been increased. Now has a much higher dash range. Shockwave now has a maximum of 20 shockwaves per use. Previously 8. Quality now grants even 8 more shockwaves. I don't know what this... I know what the skill is. I've never seen anybody use it. Like, really use it. Maybe it's decent now. I don't know if that's, like... Whatever. Like, if I'm on a wall with a boss and I full blast them with like a full juiced one, is it gonna hit them like 15 times? Anybody know? For sure it will do that. I know it's good for making shot ground, but like it hits pretty hard. Like I think it was like a 1000% weapon damage skill. I don't know if like if I'm hugging a wall, I just like blast them with like 10 shockwaves overlapping. That'd be sick. Ghost Shroud, Ghost Dance, now has a maximum of 3 shrouds at all gym levels, previously 3 to 5, so nerf. Duration between Ghost Shrouds has been decreased by, like, really bad. And quality just gives reservation. This is, like, a big nerf. If this was your only way to get your energy shield back, that's a pretty big nerf. I think it's still decent. I don't think it's bad, but it was, like, cooked before. I think it's still worth... I genuinely think it's still worth using on evasion ES builds, for sure. I think it's still good on ES evasion builds, even with that nerf, like 50% nerfing it or whatever you want to call it, even more than 50%. Wave now converts 80% versus 60, whatever. Final wave is 100. That skill's stupid. Glacial Lance, I don't even know what the fuck this skill is. Hailstorm rounds now still stores 40 to 50 instead of 20 to 25. It now has even less damage somehow, but has more 50% more reload speed. Okay. Herald of Thunder now has an attack damage nerf. Hex Blast now has 10 explosions. This seems like a big buff, right? Hex Blast now has maximum 10 explosions per cast, previously 3. I don't know what that skill is, but it sounds like that's a big buff. Ice Nova... 10% damage, something like that. Yeah, like 10% damage buff on Ice Nova. Where's the buffs? This tip arrows last 20 seconds versus 8. Incendiary shot now consumes 15 hit to do 100% more magnitude. Previously 30 heat to do 50%. I mean, that's like you're buffing it double on 2 ends, right? That's really good. I don't know who uses incendiary shot, but maybe it's a thing now. Incinerate just does an extra amount of flat damage out of nowhere. Seems good. The skill was already decent 2 patches ago. I don't know how it was last league, but I know it was good 2 patches ago because I played it. So I don't know what it's like now with that change. And the ignite duration is longer. Killing Palm now grants a power charge if a callable enemy dies while you are dashing to them. Did Killing Palm, like if you like, didn't it already do this? I swear, if you one-shotted a target with Killing Palm, you got the power charge before. Now grants a power charge if a callable enemy dies while you are dashing to them. I don't, like, I don't know. This seems, I don't understand what they're really trying to say. If a callable enemy dies while you are dashing to them. So, like, if they're in your path, I guess, like, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Lightning arrow no longer bypasses the charge up time of lightning rod's burst. Instead, the burst caused by lightning arrow can occur once every 0.1 second. I'm assuming this is a massive nerf to like pre-stacking your damage with rods. This is what that sounds like to me. Because you would literally sit there and like chain shock like 50 like little lightning rod chain pulses. So I'm guessing this probably is pretty significant by putting the 0.1. It'll still be good, but like you're not gonna kill a boss. Like your kill speed might be like halved, you know, 1 second to 2 seconds, whatever. Lightning Conduit now provides 10% more damage with hits per 5% shock, previously 20%, nerfed, okay. But Quality now provides 20% more lightning damage instead of 5% more. Yeah, I think it's just nerfed. The Lightning Rod limit of active rods is now 10, previously 20. So Lightning Rod's half nerf there. A lot of Lightning Rod, Lightning Arrow nerfs here, genuinely. Explosion and shock. Oh, Lightning Warp is stupid, man. Lingering Illusion. This skill was really clunky and dumb. Now linger for 3 seconds. That's better. Illusions now have 1% of your maximum life, previously 15. So if anything touches them, they die. Lingering Illusion now causes its illusions to drop a remnant that grants a power charge on pickup, rather than granting a power charge when the illusion is destroyed. These remnants last for 5 seconds. Lingering Illusions now require its illusions to be destroyed by an enemy to drop its remnants. I don't like the last line, but it's definitely an improvement to what it was before. It's still pretty bad, yeah. The last line fucks it. Everything is good until the last line. If anything touches your illusion, it's gonna die. It's good. But like this helps a lot. 3 seconds versus 1.2. 1.2, like, it's a lot of monsters don't even attack that fast, dude. I don't think it's good, but it's a little bit more reasonable, I guess. Living Bomb, like 40% more damage or something, sure. Magnetic Salvo, full converts the lightning. Mana Tempest now has its effects linger for 2 seconds after. Oil Grenade is 4 seconds. Oil Grenade. Oh, the cooldown is now 4 seconds. It's just buffed. Okay. Perfect Strike. This needs buffed. Now deals more attack damage. Whatever. It's not enough. Its attack speed is what's stupid on it. Perma Frost Bolts now pierce 2 targets at level 1, scaling to 5 at 24. I don't even know what this shit is. Plasma Blast now has 50% increase instead of multiplicative. Nerf. Primal Strikes. Final Strike now is plus 20 melee range. Was 5. I don't even know what the skill is. Primal Strikes. Is this, I don't even know what class this is. Is this Huntress? Spears? I've never seen anybody use that skill. Rain of Arrows is now buffed again. Now only consumes 1 frenzy charge. It does 50% more damage. Now fires 150% more arrows if a charge was consumed, previously 100. Removed fires 50% more arrows per frenzy charge consumed. Huh. Okay. Ray Zombie. That's a minion. Rapid Assault. Pretty big buff on Rapid Assault, number-wise. Reap has 14 base crit instead of 11. Roa no longer increases your movement speed. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills. How much speed did Roa originally give you? How much was it? 110? Like 10%? 15? So you lose 15%. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills. Previously 80. Oh, fuck that skill. I don't even think that should be in the game. It's stupid. Sacrifice now grants minions revive. Okay, they buff sacrifice. That's good. Fester revives. Shard Scavenger buff is now 3 seconds versus 2. And you can consume Fester. Sure. Shattering Palm now causes an explosion if the target dies while you are dashing to them. Sure. Quality life buff, whatever. Shock Chain Arrow is now 80% convert instead of 20. I don't know why it would be 20, honestly. Shock Chain no longer. This is the beam one. Shield Charge now deals like 20% more damage, whatever. Siege Cascade, 100% more damage against immobilized enemies. And another 40%. Oh no, it nerfed. Okay, on the quality. Snipe Icy Blast now deals 2100. It's like 10% more damage, right? Whatever. Soul Offering, Spikes, I don't even know what that is. 6 seconds. High-end Spark does more damage, it looks like. Yeah. Like 15% or something. Spear of Solaris removed. Generates 100% of monster power as glory on stunning, heavy stunning. Now generates 1 glory when you inflict freeze, shock, or ignite. That's a lot better for sure. I've never seen anybody cast a skill though. I know what it is, but that change, I don't know if that matters enough. Staggering Palm. Whatever, man. Stormlands. Stormcolor Arrow does more lightning. That's probably really good. Wait, no, that doesn't matter, right? The bolt always was like full, isn't it? Bolt now converts 100%. It was previously 80, so Bolt now has shocks enemies as though dealing 50%, so it will shock more reliably. Sunder actually is faster. Wow, from 35% to 40. Supercharged Slam now has an attack time override of 0.85. I don't even know what that means. Isn't this a nerf on a bad skill? I don't understand this. This is a nerf, isn't it? Or is it a buff? No, no, it's the other way around. Yeah, it will go. This just means it's gaining stages 0.85 seconds, right? That's what it means. So gains stages 0.85. That skill's kind of bad. I wish it was good. Yeah, it's just 0.85. Tempest Bell Impact AoE is bigger, but that doesn't really matter. The hitbox, this might actually matter, because sometimes you don't actually hit. Yeah, this is definitely the thing that actually matters a lot. This probably makes Tempest Bell a lot better. You'd like drop your Tempest Bell and you're hitting a boss, and you're just hitting the boss and you're not clipping your bell. That shit's so stupid. Thunderous Leap, whatever. Toxic Diarrhea, whatever. Toxic Diarrhea, whatever. Vaulting Impact Broken Stance applied by Vaulting Impact now has a 60-second duration and is removed after taking 10 hits. That's a long time, 60 second. You always get the full mileage. Vaulting Impact quality stat. I've never used a skill. Maybe it's like worth putting in just for the thing. Voltaic Grenade now has 3 uses, and the cooldown is even shorter. Volcanic Fissure does more damage. Voltaic Mark no longer makes the target susceptible to shock or causes an explosion. Instead, makes the target more susceptible to being electrocuted. And on electrocuting a target, grants you a buff which makes you... What the fuck, dude? You have to electrocute for this? Wind Dancer nerfed quite a bit damage-wise. Needed. Honestly necessary. Baseline movement speed of Whirling's Assault has been reworked to be more fluid. And it's faster anyway. Okay. More AoE too, sure. Unique item changes. Grand Spectrum is now 6 res instead of 4. That's pretty good, actually. 6 all res. Sandstorm Visage. Oh. That's a big buff on Moxuatl. Yeah, that's big. What was it before? 666? Like the original version? That's not bad. I don't think it's like insane, but it's definitely like usable. You can cap res and shit with that a lot easier now. Adorned is buffed by quite a bit. 150%. That's pretty big. Instead of just double. Asylum has a zillion more armor. Perfidy has a zillion more armor. Like, these are big armor buffs. I don't know who uses these items though. Melting Mana Strom now has every 3 seconds during effect deal 100% of mana spent in those seconds as chaos damage. Previously 50%. Sure. This is an item. That's an item for sure now. You always get 3. Didn't this have a variance? It either rolled 2 or 3? Or am I cooked? Because I've never had a drop. It rolled 2 or 3, right? Depending. Or was it always just 2? Because now it's 3 always. Yeah, 3 is good. It was only 2? Yeah, this is way better. That's way better. This is pretty big buff. Zoph's Blood, 15% Fire Pin. That's minimum 15% more damage, basically, right? Zoph's Blood now has 100 Fire Res. That's a cracked out amount, dude. Dude, Zoph's Blood is kind of nuts. Like, that is a massive buff to fire build. Like, some, like, fucking, like, Smith of Katava shit, dude. Like, think about how much Smith gets out of that. Choir of the Storm now has this, too. And Pandemonious also have 100 res, respective. That buff is nuts on Zoph's. Zavala now has you take 0 to 20. And it has more armor. Svalin's a big buff, too. What base is Svalin? Crucible, Tower, Shield. $300 and then another 20. 103. 330. It was like, yeah, it was like just under 400 armor at a max roll, which is pretty bad for a shield. And now it will be 100 more, which would be 440. It'll be over 500 armor now. 500 is not a terrible shield. Like, one of the bad things about using Svalin was it has bad armor. It's not enough to shield wall with, though. It probably doesn't actually make a big enough difference to ever consider shield walling with it, though. Keeper of the Ark, I don't know what that is. Olroth's Resolve is now 20 seconds out of 10. Warrior Invictus has more armor. Looks like they really like increasing the armor on these items. I don't even know what some of these items are. Defiance of Destiny is massively buffed. But you're a life build, so you got 2k life, so it doesn't matter that much anyway, I don't think. Wrath Pith was nerfed to 3%. That's a pretty big nerf for your Blood Mage type shit. Hammer of the Faith does a little bit more damage now. I don't think that matters. Line Eyes Glare buffed. Barrageable attacks repeat 2 times instead of 1. Doom Fletch is buffed a lot. Is now 100% instead of 50. That's a big bug. This is like probably a... I don't know how good this thing is in PoE 2, but that mod is insanely strong. Doom Fletch PoE 2. It's a level 20 bow. But now it gives double the damage. It might be playable. Whispering Ice is like giga buffed. On spells at least. Also int stacking. Yeah, Whispering Ice is way buffed. Like everything about it is like massively buffed. Covenant looks massively buffed. This is a high-end item. Big buffs on that, right? Because you want to spend costs, right, on Covenant. That's like the whole point, right? More leech. I don't know if that matters. Defiance is buff. Cloak of Defiance, 50% damage taken, and way more mana regen. Voltaxic has almost double the damage. Brass Dome has 800% increased armor. That's a lot. Brass Dome, PoE 2. It's like around a 3k body armor, isn't it? Increased. So it would be 1.9, right? Times 1.2. Shit. Yeah, it's over 3. It's like 3,005. Yeah, like 3.5, 3.6, depending. How big do body armors even get in PoE 2? I forget. Like they do actually get 3k, don't they? Like a rare chest can get 3k, I'm pretty sure. But I didn't include the sockets. But the sockets shouldn't matter on Brass Dome. Yeah. I don't think it's that good, but it's okay, I guess. Climbing Calamity. I don't even know what this is. Your critical hit chance cannot be rerolled. Like lucky? Is that what it means? Like you can't scale lucky or something? I'm not sure. Ghost Shroud buffed. Or Ghost Shroud buffed for some reason. Cloak of Flames is buffed a lot. I don't know why. It was already pretty good. Why is Cloak of Flames buffed? That's a pretty big buff too. Like 50%? I guess they like the item. They want it to be good. Yeah, Cloak is big. The Cloak was already pretty good. Buff Lightning Coil the same way too. Ooh, this is probably an item now. That's the Overleech chest, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, it is. This item was already pretty good, and they like... Think about what they did to this item. It was, you lose 25% life, and now you gain 15% life. This is probably a real item. It gives you Overleech. I think this item's... Like, I almost want to say it's OP. Like, this item should be extremely strong. Like, absurdly strong on life builds. On life attack builds. Because it gives you life, and then you over... Like, this item will essentially, like, make a 3k life build into almost a 5k life build. With one item.
Meek creature!
So you would get, like, if you're playing 3k life, you would get 15%. So you'd be like 3,500, and then you would multiply that by 1.5. 3.5 times 1.5. Yeah, it's 5k life. It literally makes a 3k life build into a 5k life build. With Overleech. Overleech too is another thing. Overleech in this game only lasts 1 second by default, but yeah, this is like you lose your armor stats of a chest or whatever, but like that's crazy. That's really strong. 3k 1.15 times 1.5. Yeah, it makes a 3k life build into a 5100 life build. Huh. This item's actually really good. They mistyped it. It has to be 10 to 15% reduced. Yeah, I mean, I feel like somehow that's more likely that this is a typo. Yeah, this item is insanely good if this is real. If this is exactly what it is now, this item is cracked. This item is nuts. This item's good as fuck. That item's nuts. That's a really, that item is really strong. Warrior Invictus buffed from Arbiter baseline. Like, pretty big buffs here, too. 5 sockets of 3. How good is that in this game? It's been so long since I've played. Like, 300 life on a chest isn't that crazy, but it is respectable. It's like rare chest territory. Because you can get like 250 on a rare chest, not including sockets, so it's competitive with that. Not including strength attributes you can get. You get 3 of these on an Invictus, is that correct? Is it 3? So you get like attributes, life +1. It's pretty decent. I think I don't think it was hardly a playable chest last patch, but it's definitely like decent now. I think it's decent. I'm not gonna say good, but decent playable. Hiri's Ire. What? Oh, it no longer has these. Instead it has these. Yeah, it's buffed. This is nice, really nice mod. Hiri's Ire is nice. I think if you put this on a lightning build, you would chill and freeze easily. Just with Hiri's Ire from 25%. Okay, now this is more realistic. Alright, like, okay. I'm pretty sure you cap crit instantly by putting this on with the ES scaling at all. I don't know if it's good, but tripling the base crit is pretty big. And deals 40% more lightning damage at all levels. I'm assuming... Yeah, that's the crackling. Oh, wait. I'm wrong. This is not that good. I'm wrong. This looks good, but it's a trick. This is just for the proc. Yeah, this is all just for the proc. Yeah, it's not that good. It's not that good. It's tricked. It is buffed, but the nerfs probably offset it, and it's probably like not even any different, if not possibly even worse. I don't think it's good. Never mind. Madonia's Eagle, I don't even know what that is. Lightning Coils, Valico Charges, Perfidy of Void, Skin of the Loyal. This item was not used. Did they buff it enough? They made it better. I don't know if it's enough to make it useful, though. They nerfed Choir the Storm, 5-second cooldown. Now it has 5 cooldown uses, previously 1. Maybe not. That's a buff, right? 5 cooldown uses. Oro Vasara now has on hitting an enemy gains added lightning damage equal to enemy's power 20. For 20 seconds. It's really easy to cap this now. That's a pretty big buff on this. I don't know what uses this, though. This is the Oroth Mace. The one that, like, you one-hand. Yeah, that's a pretty big buff. honestly, for it. It makes a lot more things able to hit the max on it, but I don't know what even wants to play it. Like, that's actually good. Sacrifice of Blood Keystone from the Undying Hate. Now grant... They should have nerfed the fuck out of this. Regenerate 1 life per 16 life spent in the past 4 seconds. Previously 1 life per 8 life spent in the past 8 seconds. And now has only 20% more cost. It still looks pretty decent though, honestly. I don't think it's bad. I think it's just like more reasonable. Because it was bullshit before, let's be honest. You think it's still broken with those numbers? I didn't play it, so I don't play Lich stuff. A lot of these are limited to 1. Looks like all the named runes are limited to 1, which probably is right. I think this is correct. The unique runes probably should have been limited to 1 from the beginning, because it was like kind of troll, right? Like you just stack a movement speed bullshit, then you're in like attack speed and gloves. Yeah, I think it's fair. Now, are any of these new ones actually good? Some of them are getting like some amount of buffs. I don't think anything here is standing out. A new modifier has been added to bows. Chance to fire an additional arrow. Oh, this is just generic gear mods. Okay, I see. So modifier to bow attacks have been removed completely from the game, and this is basically additional arrow. How it is. Meaning this will be +2 arrows. This will be +1 at max divine arrow. It's just a chance to proc an additional arrow. Yeah. Better? Yeah, maybe. Maybe better. Fuck, I get a little bit more. Yes. Totemic Great Club now has Warcry power and additional attack, and it does more damage. That's pretty cool. What? Why nerf that? They nerfed that. We just care about damage, man. They're nerfing this crush one like the crush mileage matters. Fuck you. Okay. Oh, great hammers do more damage, it looks like. Fanatic has been buffed as well. This was the best base before, and it does even more damage. Jesus. That does so much damage. This was already the best base for maces, I believe. Am I right? I think so. This was the best one. And it does even more damage now. Flame Warrior. Some spear changes. In-game changes. Maps no longer scale pack size as you increase in tier. They instead increase non-unique monster effectiveness. Effectiveness grants monsters increased life, more experience, and more loot. Tablets now have a maximum of 4 modifiers. To unlock the ability to craft beyond 2, you need to defeat the Arbiter of Ash. Okay. Just like number tweaking, they just like buff stuff in general, right? To make up for that, all the stupid shit they've changed. Stones, anything big. Delirium no longer has the reward bar indicator. Instead, Delirium monsters just drop their liquid emotions. Same with Delirium bosses. Hopefully this is better than what we had before. It seemed really hard to get the thing. Idol of Escungliando are no longer required to enter the Vault. Existing items will be deleted. Okay. Remove camera zoom out on completion of tower maps. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Monster changes. Improve the visibility of the fungus explosion, the Grim Tangle. That did look kind of cooked. You could hardly tell. Improve the visibility of them. Improve the mid-fight phase change sequence of the final Act 2 boss. Improve the first phase change sequence of the final Act 4 boss. Improve the Great White One behavior. I'm guessing this is Shark. Re-enabled some exiles. The Blind Beast now drops a blank greater rune. Cool, I guess. Sure. Free rune. Kosis Lightning Barrage skill should no longer hit with 9 projectiles at point blank range. I haven't seen that happen to someone. That sounds awesome. You just instantly die if you're point blank. I skipped the first line. What? Bosses now have an anti-burst mechanic. Once a boss is finished, it's emerging or become aggro, the damage reduction period starts counting down. The damage reduction tapers down from full effect to no effect over the course of this duration. For every unit the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction will fall off even faster. Bosses which cannot move or barely move have a shorter period. Like, you can do this, or you can just balance the game so that, you know, things are consistent across the more consistent and reasonable across the board. That's too hard. It genuinely probably is at this point, but that's that in an ideal world, that's what we would want, I think. UI interface stuff, microtransaction bug fixes. Anything? The Druid. The Druid. Looks okay. We play. I'm either playing a Wyvern, I think, Druid, or I'm playing like some monk type stuff. I'm not playing no warrior. Fuck that. I'm not playing no fucking warrior, dude. The Titan thing did look good though. The Titan node, the new one. Maybe that's actually like sick as fuck. But I don't even know what you would do with what slams are even worth using.
And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them
No way!
Use lightning storm
Water
to
your
last longer and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon threshing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be
Literally water your plants. Who saw that coming for the new game?
There's no way that's real. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them
No way!
Use lightning storm
Water
to
your
last longer and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon threshing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Anything created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
Why did he say it like it was epic?
No way, that's real.
Water your
plants. Them with our lightning infused barrage.
In a fucking battle. Water your plants, dude. It's time. What is this 505 gateway thing? What am I looking at? What is that? That's that one. I found it. What are your plans, dude? Dragon to Gardener in 1 second.
Meek creature!
That's gonna be the third Druid Ascendancy. No, Dogglethon, you have to understand he's evil. Dogglethon, he's evil. You understand? No, dude. Let me show you the proof. I told you, man. You didn't listen to me. See? I don't know why, but like the fucking sound effect when he hits the glass, just listen. I told you. You guys didn't listen to me. I told you for years he was evil. Now we have evidence. Do you understand now that he was evil? Do you believe me? Do you need more evidence? He's evil. Oh, my ass is hungry. You heard me. What do you think? Wyvern Druid? I don't know what you map clear with. I know how to do single target on a Wyvern. I don't know what you clear maps with, though. Werewolf? The werewolf skills, like I need to see the... They only showed, like, 1/3 of the skills, right? Genuinely? From... Surely, right? They only showed, like, 1/3 of the Druid skills. Right? We don't know all the Druid skills, still, anyway. Items. Various different types of complexity with new builds and new bosses and new seasons. Is there a clear like thing that I can see, the skill tree, the new ascendancy nodes? I saw there was like a data mined one or something, but it looked like fucking terrible. Go to the second comment. It's real. Holy. No inherent loss of rage. Regenerate 6% of your rage per second. Plus 7 rage. Maybe it's good. It makes all your abilities cost rage, though. Gain the benefit of additional bonded modifiers on runes and idols. We'd seen that. Gain 40%. Gain 40 spirit for each available empty charm slot. I think it's pretty good. 120 extra spirit. Right? 3's max, I assume, still. Grants a passive. Some res. Rage gives spell damage. Take 45% less elemental damage per... I don't know what that word is. Alligation. Matching that type. Gain 1 when hit by elemental damage. Oh, it's bad. Fuck that, dude. I hate that. Take 45% less elemental damage. Wait, but it's per. Oh, it's 4% per. Not 45. That's supposed to be adaptation. Looks like it says adaptation. Take 4% less elemental damage per. matching type. I don't know. I hate conditional defenses. I think that's always bait. 4% of elemental damage taken recouped as ES. 5% of damage taken as physical damage. 15% physical damage taken as elemental is not bad. And that synergizes with this adaptation thing. Take 4% less elemental damage per adaptation. He does have some defense through that for sure, but I don't know how, like half of your ascendancy being invested to give you conditional defense sounds bad. He doesn't look that crazy, honestly. Where's the other one? The poop man. Turd Einstein. Yeah, every hit would give you adaptation, but it's still conditional. Then conditional means you die. I like the charm node. I don't like using charms in the game in general unless you have one of like giga unique ones, but I think the charm node's actually pretty good. Teebs. Teebsen? Teebsen? Is this the Oracle one? And it looks pretty clean. Blind fart. You start here. Enemy critical hit chance against you is unlucky. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. Kind of cool. Inevitable critical hits. I don't know what that means. Hit damage is taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. 15% less life and 15% less mana. I don't know, but that sounds fucking horrible. I don't know if it's just me or I don't, like, you know what I mean? It just sounds really fucking bad. Like super fucking dog shit trash tier. Non-keystone passives and medium radius of allocated keystone passive skills can be allocated without connecting to your tree. Maybe it's decent. That's a weird one. You have to get good mileage for it to be worth clicking. Like, it better be doing a lot. And then a lot of this stuff, we just don't really know what it does, honestly. Without being able to see the full tooltip. I'll say that without being able to just, like, I can't see what half this shit is, but, like, this guy doesn't really seem that crazy, and this guy doesn't really seem that crazy, honestly. Like, both of them seem... I'll say somewhere, like, Ritualist to... Chayula Monk territory. Both of these ascendancies look around that to me. Like, not good. Like, average at best ascendancies. Both of them. But this guy, to be fair, you can't even know what the fuck this guy does. So he might be insane. Because you don't know what the fuck any of this shit is. Like, what is walk... Like, we know what walk the path's not taken is, but we don't know what the actual nodes on the tree are. I don't know what inevitable critical hits is. It might be really, really good mileage. Titan Bear. Yeah, maybe. Don't know, I need to see the druid skills. Oh, looks okay. Yeah. Need skills. Need rest of info. Fuck the Druid, log into Titan. I don't want to play Maces. Or even Shield skills, honestly. I'm playing Monk or Druid, like 99% chance one or the other. And if I'm playing Druid, it's probably Wyvern, but I don't know what I would clear, or a hybrid build. So like Monk skills for clearing maps, say Shattering Palm, and then turning into a Wyvern to do single target damage. Something more like that. Don't know. It'll probably be something along those lines, potentially. Scuffed Beaver, thanks dude for the 12-month free sub. How's it going, dude? Cup out. How's it going, dude? Cup out. How's it going, dude? Cup out. Neither of these ascendancies look strong at surface level to me, though. They both look weak. Like, they do not have anything that stands out to me as, like, OP or really good. Maybe Traveler's Wisdom, if I actually look at it, might actually be pretty good, but... yeah. If you can control inevitable crits, it could be really good. Like, if you say, I want my... what's like a hard-hitting skill? Like my Falling Thunder to hit a crit every single time 100% reliably, that would be really strong. Really, really strong. If you could control that, and it's not like clunky and dumb, it would be good. But good luck. Yeah, if we had to sit there and count attacks, like, hey, it's every 8th attack or some stupid shit, like, nobody wants to do that. I only got like 5 hours of sleep. I'm fucking tired. I'll probably... I don't know what I want to do. I can start, like, running the campaign in PoE 2 and bat chesting, which I'm down for, or I can keep playing some D2 a little bit. Maybe a little bit of both, I don't know. But that'll be tomorrow. Whenever I feel like when I wake up. I might do like a campaign run a day or something in PoE 2. Something like that. I don't know. Do like a monk, a grenade run. A monk and a grenade run sound good to me. I mean, there's a chance I play grenades, but probably not. I think I want to be on the top. I want to be on the top side of the tree, I think. There is that new life chest though. If it actually does what it does, it'll be really good. The whatever overleach chest is like OP buffed, like giga buffed. Grenades are untouched, that's insane. Yep. Log in, big nose. The last league looked kind of whatever until we actually played it, and the league was actually really good. So it's hard to say. Like, there'll be new stuff to do. New league mechanic. Just new everything, like more everything, so hopefully good. Yeah, I only play hardcore. I can't play softcore. But I'm gonna vegetable for a few hours, then go to bed, and then wake up in the morning probably. So, because I only got a few hours of sleep. GG for now. Thanks for watching. Yeah, maybe start the stream tomorrow with a little